I took a road trip. How many national parks could I hit in 2 weeks? What about hotels?
All right, just realized I still have the mic muted, but basically, everyone's been notified that we are live. So we're gonna get back to it. I'm working on Marie from Splatoon. And this isn't going to be for Smoky Mountain Anime. This is going to be for an order that I have. But hopefully this shouldn't take too long. And we'll work on some more things that are for Smoky Mountain Anime. The main thing being some toothless hats, I think. Ridley, you're really sniffing my stuff over there, buddy. Does it smell like another dog? I also worked on some... Hold on, let me move my phone out of the way. No faces. I see them all. I had this on my old embroidery software, and then like I've lost a lot of those files that were on there because one of my flash drives keeps getting corrupted. So I had to remake this, and so I'm trying to decide if I do like it. I need to trim it up. I think it'll be okay, but I kind of want to compare it to my older design and probably shrink some things, and I got to make sure that this cuts out okay. But yeah, I have these to work on, and I also made more no face, and then I realized I had like 9 no face, or not no face, that is no face. I had 9 ghost face that were already cut out, so I just made, and these like make 12 at a time. It comes out at a big sheet like the no face does. So it comes out like this for ghost face as well, and then I like hand cut these little faces out. And so now I probably have 12, like 20 some. So I'll also probably sew those on in a bit. We're just gonna work on a Mod Podge of different things. But this order has to go out today, so we are gonna get started on it. How is everyone? Yo, hi frogs, welcome. I didn't see the latest thing you posted in Discord. I just randomly went in there and posted that we were live, but let me look real quick. Oh my way. Oh, those little clips are so cute. Sneak peek. The hooks are a bit small for my liking. I'm gonna buy some bigger ones. Yeah, I like those hooks. Hold on, react. Cute. Yeah, I'm excited to see how my claw machine holds up again. Hi, Dr. Miss Raven. I like that name. I really like the name Raven. It is on our list of kids' names. You guys best believe when we have kids, we're gonna have some really crazy kids' names. And they're all gonna be named after anime or Pokemon characters or something. Okay, my pants are driving me crazy. They keep rolling up at my ankles. Don't know what that's about. Okay, so this is for Marie's hat. So I'm making a hat for my hat. And I'm gonna sew on this lime green strip, and then we're gonna attach these little spots. Is everyone doing good? I can never plan what I'm gonna do like on the live, because I've thought about like doing beanies, because I was like, I need to make some new beanie design, or not new beanie designs, but I need to make some more. Like I'm out of I think I'm out of all of the Avatar nations now. I think I had one Fire Nation and somebody bought it. So I'm like, oh, I need to make all the nations. I have like one more D20 or I sold it. I have a lot of Umbreon, so that's good. But I know the beanie season's kind of going away. But they still sell decently, so I don't want to, you know, just not restock. I have this whole pile behind here. That little cart is full of beanies. Like I did a reorder, so I need to make some more, and then I need to get some pictures to post on my website, because I'm bad about doing that. Hi, Tia. You're babysitting? You're babysitting an actual baby, not dog sitting, right? Yeah, I'm sewing up some orders right now. Awesome. I'm good. I'm just eating sushi. I'm jealous. Oh, man. I love sushi. Maybe... No, I think Bethany wants to take me. I think Bethany is the same like Tia. They have a ramen place and a coffee place in mind that they want to take me. They know what I like. But I really do want some sushi. And like, have you guys ever been to Drake's? It's like it's a food place, but they have sushi along with like burgers and stuff. But they actually have really good sushi. Like you wouldn't think, but they have their own sushi bar. But it's kind of like a sports, not really a sports bar, but I guess like it's one of those places that have all the TVs up. But sorry, my mascara is in my eye. They have really good sushi, and that's usually where I get my sushi from. But I really want to go. There's this sushi train. It's about an hour or so away. I want to go to it again. She's 5. I'm making her do my hair. They've gone downhill. Wait, doing your hair or Drake's? All right, so we're gonna turn this into like a little tube, but I'll have to wait till I switch over to, oh wait, just kidding. Before I do that, I'm gonna sew on these little spots. We're going green on green. And I'm just kind of gonna do a random layout of spots on here. Both. I bet your hair looks so good, Tia. I bet it's so fun. I'm so glad that they were mowing the neighbor's yard. Oh my gosh, please. I've dropped one of the spots and it has gone under my chair wheel. We're fine. They came and mowed our neighbor's yard, and I'm glad that they just got done because Obi was throwing a fit. And if you're wondering why it said I have like 2 lives, or if there's like another video up before this that's about the live that has the same title, my Streamlabs was being weird, so I had to, like, I still can't even see chat on my Streamlabs, so I have it pulled up on my phone, which I usually do anyways, but I can't see it there. And then also it was saying that I wasn't going live. It was like up and coming, or not up and coming, it was upcoming. So I wonder if that just had to do with maybe my internet at the time, or just Streamlabs being iffy. I saw Tia sent me a Snapchat. Is it of your wonderful hair? I have so many things that I'm working on. Just random pieces that I've started. I have 3 toothless hats that I started on yesterday, because I do have a toothless hat that needs to go out, I think this week, probably Friday, but I'll be gone. So I was like, awesome, I'll just do 3 toothless hats. And I couldn't start on this one because Peyton was cutting for me, so I didn't have room to cut because I still had to cut this out. I should have had her cut this hat. I don't know why I didn't think about it. But I also, like I said, started those no face. I started on ghost face. And then we got this going. I got all my Kerboos, which is what we worked on, the Kirby boos that we worked on last Tuesday. I have 2 more left. If you guys are interested, you can still sign up for my Patreon and you get a plushie and a sticker for $20. But if I still have the 2 left over after March, or after May, after this month is over, let me know. I can still send it to you. It'll be $20, but you won't get a sticker. Otherwise, it'll go to my convention. My next one, which would be Lex Pride. I always forget. Let me just put this over here so I don't have to strain my neck. So yep, I got Smoky Mountain Anime this weekend. I don't know what to expect from it. I don't know if anyone's been to it or heard of it, but the table was $10. The table was $100, and it's just a regular, like, probably 6-foot table space. But it's kind of funny. I got an email, I think a week from today, probably last week, that they were like, load-in is going to be super easy. And I was like, perfect. I love easy load-ins. And they wrote out this long thing that was like, you can load in through any door and you can park your car close, but when you're done unloading, move your car behind the building. And so the picture that they sent is this long, almost looks like a lodge. If you've ever been to like Gatlinburg, think like all the hotels there are like lodges. They're like really long buildings. And then this is like an L shape. And then there's a KFC and a Dunkin' right in front. Like, here's the L. There's 2 drive-through places here. And then there's this building in this back corner that's kind of small, but you can tell it's a building. And I'm like, okay, which one of these buildings? I'm assuming it's the one that's not L-shaped. It's definitely not the fast food places, but you aren't specific, you know? You think that I've been here before. I haven't. So I look on Google Maps too to see, like, maybe if the address they gave me pinpoints that one, like, building, then I know question's been answered. But it pinpointed over there on that hotel area, right there on the other corner where the building is. And when I look on the map, it says that that's a Days Inn, that hotel, the lodge looking thing, is in fact a hotel, and it is the Days Inn. I'm like, okay. So that was my first question that I wanted to ask. I also wasn't sure what size the table was, because the one right before this was a 10 by 10 and I paid 120, and this one was 100, and I was like, is it also a 10 by 10? Do I need to bring a table? Because I will say, when I applied for this convention, it was automatic, got charged $100. There wasn't a lot of info on the table space, other than it was, you can sell and you have space to sell. And when you went to check out, it was for their other event they have. So they have Smoky Mountain Anime, Smoky Mountain Horror, and Smoky Mountain Comic Con, I think. So one of those, when I got my receipt, it said, you know, from Smoky Mountain Horror or something. I don't remember which one. But I was like, did I just pay for the wrong table? So I did email them, and they got back to me like the next day saying, like, nope, you're good. You bought the right table. I'm like, perfect. So that is kind of why my expectations might be a little low. So I emailed the person back saying, which one of these buildings? I need a little more information. I haven't been here before. Which one of these places is the right place? Sorry, I'm looking at my mic. Oh, it's because my mouse was over it. And they also got back to me really fast and said, why does my printer do that every time? Said that it was that building that's not the L-shaped one, and confirmed that it was like a 6 foot with probably like 5 feet of space behind me or something. But I sent a picture of the email to Bethany, and like, because they said multiple times, load in will be very easy and it should be very fast and swift. And I just messaged her. I was like, I don't know what part of this email reads easy peasy when I have so many questions. And I'm sure if I didn't, I would have figured it out. But I was just like, even if that's the only picture you have of the area, like, circle the building, or like put arrows, or just crop that building. I don't know. That's just me. But they have a lot of other things to worry about. I just need to figure out where I'm going, so that's not my problem. They just might have to answer more questions in the end. But that's why I try, when I make videos about conventions, even if it's conventions I already have done, I try to be very detailed with parking, load in, load out, here's where you go. And I also like to say my hotel that I'm staying at too, because I know those are the biggest things I stress about. Is like, am I at the right door? So I know that other people probably really appreciate it when I also give them information on where the stuff is. Okay, so I sewed on those dots. And then I set this aside because I'm going to sew these other dots onto these tentacles. And then pretty much the rest of this gets sewn in white. So it's a pretty easy pattern. I want to release it because I have just the regular Splatoon one released. And this would be pretty like easy add-ons. But I honestly don't know how to go about it. I don't know if I just put this as like an add-on, like you can pay a few extra dollars to just download the PDF file for these and the instructions on how to add this, or if I should make it like a totally different listing. But I guess before I do that, hi Semi, welcome, hi. Frog says, don't forget to like the stream. Thanks, Frogs. I always forget to tell people that. I really appreciate it. Other than when my Streamlabs chat bot says anything, I don't even think about it. So yeah, I'm going back and forth. I want to probably release the boy Splatoon pattern first, and do a YouTube tutorial on that, because Marie goes with the boy Splatoon pattern, and then Callie goes with the female Splatoon pattern. But the only difference is they have usually these little extra tentacles that go on top, and then their hats that go on their head, and they have like a little flare. Whenever I used to watch a friend stream, I would always mention liking it. That's awesome! You know how it be. I always say that it's easier, like when I help Bethany at her table, if I need to cover for her for like bathroom breaks, it's always easier to sell other people's stuff, I think, because you can brag about it and it doesn't make you look bad. Because I always like preface it like, yeah, this is my friend's table, she does amazing work, and I'll point out all this like cool stuff, and I don't feel bad because I don't feel like I'm bragging, because I'm just really enthusiastic about her stuff. And then usually people are like, oh my gosh, that's so cool, you know? They'll be like, tell her that she's really talented. Because I don't like to be that person at my own table where I'm like, oh, I see you're dressed as, you know, Callie from Splatoon. I have this and this from Splatoon as well. Sometimes I might do that, but usually I only do things like that if they are looking at like my Splatoon keychain. Then I'll be like, yeah, I also have them in sticker form, because usually my keychains, you know, are $12, but they might not have the budget for that. So then I'll also mention I have stickers, but I also saying that a whole lot, will say I have Splatoon plushies over here too. I would do that. Sometimes people don't see specific things I have. Yeah, I think it is good to try to point things out, especially if you think it's a little hidden. But I'm not one to, you know, call people over or try to, if they're looking at my whole table, I usually just let them be. I'll say hi and maybe like, how's the convention going, and that's about it. I don't want to scare them. We had someone across from us at the last convention who, they were by themselves, and they were very much like calling out to people. Carnival call, yes. Please don't do that. But this person was doing that. And, you know, it's the worst when you're across from those people. But, you know, it happens. And luckily but I also feel like it's good and bad, because if some people, if they get called from one direction, they're not going to look. So they're going to keep looking in the other direction. So if you're right in front of them, maybe they see your stuff, and if they like it, they're going to be like, I'm just going to go over here. Because I know that that's what I do when I get carnival called. Unless it's like directly, they've already made eye contact, then I'm like, no thank you. But yeah, I had a guy like that across from me, and it wasn't too bad because I was in a 10 by 10, so I was kind of all the way in the back, and he was like further away. It's not like he was right in front of me, in my face. But there was like a photographer that came by that was taking pictures, and if you've ever done like photojournalism, the big thing is they want people like in action. They're not going to set you up for a picture. They're just going to take pictures, and then afterwards, if they use it, usually, unless it's a big event like that, they'll be like, can I use this photo? So there's a photographer at the convention going around taking pictures, I assume probably to go in the newspaper or like for an article. And the guy, when he took a picture, he's like, whoa, man, let me stand up. Don't be taking pictures of people sitting down. Like, let me stand up. I'm not going to look good in that one sitting down. And like just all this, and he wasn't saying it quietly, he was like yelling it, like, let me take another one, and like he stood up. The photographer was nice enough to take another one, and then the guy sat back down, and he's like, don't use that photo of me sitting down. If you use a photo, use the one of me standing up. And I was just like, telling photographer how to do their job. Like, I understand some people might not want to see themselves sitting down or like in that image, but I usually, like, taking a photojournalism class as myself, I'm not gonna put bad pictures of people. Like, I want my photo to look good. So if I think somebody would be upset with this photo, I'm not gonna post it. Usually the same with my vlogs. If I see something that I'm like, if this person saw it later on and they would be really upset, I'm gonna cut them out. I'm gonna blur the image. Like, especially with kids, I usually make sure I don't get their direct faces. Yeah. Congrats, Nell, they'll use neither and or crop you out. Yeah. I get nervous and I stand to stim on my feet. Oh, yeah. I like always am on my feet at conventions. Just because I do think it helps with like greeting people. And I'm very short too. So if there's anything in front of me and I'm sitting down, you're not going to be able to see me. Always standing. One of my vendor friends carnival calls people and peer pressures them into buying stuff. Oh, see, I feel like that leaves a bad taste in like some people's mouths, because I will do that, or like, at least for me, if someone on carnival calls me, I kind of feel differently about it. But also if I don't get talked to while I'm at the table, and I know some people are also shy, so I don't take it as like upsetting, but I do like to be acknowledged, if that makes sense. Because if I, like, say I want to come up and talk to you and tell you how much I love your art, I don't want to like scare you and like come up and be like, oh my gosh, I love your art, blah, blah, blah. I want to come up, look around. I want you to acknowledge me to make sure I know that you want to talk to me and you're in a okay headspace or whatever. And then I'll be like, oh my gosh, I love your art. I watch your vlogs. I love your videos. Like, then I will continue. Because I've probably said this before. I had one artist that I looked up to, and I know that they were probably very busy, so I've kind of let it slide because I have talked to them again since then, and I know that it was kind of just a bad first impression. But I walked up and they didn't acknowledge me at all. They were too busy doing whatever, and like I said, they were probably overwhelmed. But I stood there for a good time, and I think I also I like said hi. And maybe I was a little bit nervous too. I was young. But it kind of like upset me that they didn't say anything else to me. But either way, I do like I like to be greeted, but definitely if somebody Carnival calls me, then I feel a certain kind of way. Let me get my other stuff over here to sew. The one thing about these Splatoon hats is I forget to put, for Callie and Marie, they have little earrings. I always forget to make and put on their earrings. So I'm pulling the fabric out. Hi, Michelle, welcome. Whenever people come up to me, I say hi and tell them they can pick up and touch my stuff. That's good. Yeah, I like to say, you know, let me know if you have any questions. Quick question, is it carnival calling or carnival barking? Never heard calling and wonder if it's one of those regional differences. I think it's both. I don't usually say one or the other. I honestly just say, describe what they're doing, I guess. But when Frog said carnival calling, I knew what they were talking about. So maybe it is a regional thing. And hi, welcome cosplay. Let's try cosplay. Love cosplay. I've always heard carnival calling. I try not to say too much as sometimes events can be super overwhelming. Yeah. Like, I know the person who does it at carnivals is called a carnival barker. Yeah, I have heard both. So, yeah, maybe it is a regional thing. I guess maybe... I don't know, do we feel like carnival barking is, like, very intense? Like, is that kind of... If someone said that, would you feel like that's more of an insult? Like, to be, like, barking? Like, are you, like, they're an animal? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I think there's another term that I've heard that doesn't, it's not even use the word carnival. Hi, Hibiscus Stitch. I always greet, but then give them space to shop. Yeah, I like that. I'm very much like say hi and then I read the person or I read the room. If there's like a lot of people, I try to do a quick hi, welcome, or hi, how's it going? Different things. But I do, if someone comes back, I do like to say, hi, welcome back, if I remember them. Because I think they usually think that that's really cool. They're like, oh my gosh, you remembered me. And especially if they've bought from me before, I like to be like, did you come here last year? Or like, have you bought from me before? You look really familiar. Or have I seen you at a convention before? Because I do really good with faces, but same. I like when artists say hi, at least. It makes me feel more comfortable having a quick chat while I look around. Yes. I also try not to stare. That's very good. Yeah, I try to keep busy. That's why I always bring stuff to work on, but easy things that I can like sit down. Because I also think it's, for me specifically, when I'm hand sewing, a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, she's making something right now. Like, oh my goodness, what are you making? And then I think it also helps people know that I am making like this handmade stuff and I'm the person that's making them. Because I do get a lot of people, especially with my hats, that are like, oh, this is handmade? Like, you made this? And I think that helps justify the price. Like, it definitely helps justify the price, or it makes the price make more sense. Because I know some people, if they think it's made in a factory or whatever, they're not going to pay the prices for what it's when it's handmade. I think carnival calling may have come from cat calling, maybe. That makes sense. I don't know. I'm no linguistologist, a term I definitely did not just make up. I mean, that sounds like a real term. Definitely hard to say if it's not. Linguistologist? People are always shocked whenever I tell them everything is hand sewn. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think it always makes my day, especially when I get like older people that come and they're like, "Oh wow, you make all this?" I'm like, "Yeah." And I usually like to say too, everything is made and patterned by me, because I do think that is really, I don't know, like a little bit of a brag. Like I need to brag a little bit, but I also make these patterns because I forget that, like, some people don't know that, especially like my husband's aunt. She didn't know that I like even made the patterns for everything until my sister-in-law told her, and I was like, oh yeah. I honestly forget that I don't have to make things hard on myself and could like use somebody else's pattern or like revamp it and just give them credit, and my life wouldn't be so difficult if I wouldn't make it so hard on myself, because I'm very bad about being like, nobody can help me, I have to do this by myself. Frog, so basically they're calling you a bot IRL. It's so fun to chat with artists about their products or the subject of their art. Like, oh, I love this Zelda sticker. Have you played Tears of the Kingdom? One of my fave parts of cons. Yes. Yeah, especially if there's like something that's more niche, or, you know, if you're obsessed with something at the moment. I love when people are as into it as you are. And that's why usually I try to make things that I know somewhat about. if I'm like, oh, I really want to make this new item because it's popular, but also I'm like, I cannot make it until I know the background. So I had someone custom, even when like someone custom orders me, someone custom ordered the toad from Dragon Prince. Bait, I think his name is Bait. And somebody ordered it, and I did like a sketch and stuff for them and made sure that that was okay with it. But I was like, I want to watch the show so I know if someone says something about it later on that I can actually hold a conversation with it. And like Owl House and stuff like that, like I haven't finished the series, but at least I know this character is from this show, and I can give you a little bit of a rundown of the episodes that I watched, at least. I made most of my patterns. 4 of 5 of those I didn't make. 4 or 5 of the ones I used, I didn't make. My needle broke. No! I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I do not change my needle in my machine as much as I'm supposed to. I'm very bad about it. And I literally only change it if it breaks, bends, or my machine is not stitching right, and then I'm like, okay, it's probably my needle, probably needs all to be cleaned. I'm very bad about that. Same. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I just am like, it still does the job. And then my hand sewing needles, I'm pretty sure these are ones that I got from my grandma, but the ones that have still made it, because I'm very bad about breaking needles by like snapping them between my fingers, because when I go to sew, I go like this, and then I put it between my fingers like that and like pull, and I'll snap it right there in the middle. But the ones that I still have, I'm pretty sure I got from my grandma like 10 years ago. They're the ones that I stole out of her little cookie tin. All the other ones have broke on me. Researching the show and putting the streaming service as a business expense. Yes, I do that. Same with my Spotify, with my monthly, because I listen to Critical Role, and you know, that's a business expense. It helps me get ideas. I gotta stay up to date on what's the most popular, you know? I got a business to run. I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but supposedly you can write your animals off on your tax expenses if, like for me, if they're in my videos, or if I, you know, advertise a product with them. Like if I take up a picture and post it on Instagram and they're in the picture. Supposedly you can write off like their dog food and their vet expense because they are, you know, part of your advertising or they're part of your business. Or like say, I mean, my mascot Duke is inspired by a dog, but it's not one of these dogs. It's one of my old family dog. But like say these are my mascots, you know? So, and I gotta feed them, you know? I can't pay them. That doesn't, so they get paid in dog food. I need music to function. Yeah, that's true. I also, yeah, gotta listen to music while you work, or a podcast, or an audiobook. Lots of times I watch YouTube videos, but I don't pay for YouTube, so maybe I should. No, and I like to support other artists and stuff too when it comes to like Twitch donations or, you know, Kickstarters, different things like that. And I usually put that as like, I don't know, I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to get in trouble, but I'm not sure if that's too much of like, yeah, it's a donation, but I'm getting something in return. So I'm like, is it a donation? I don't know. Probably not. I could probably get in trouble, but we're just gonna, you know, fake it till we make it. But I do really like my CPA guy. He's like an old man, but he knows his stuff. So I appreciate him. And if I had to do this all on my own, no. I would cry more than I already cry during tax time. Iris busts through the door. All good things, all good things. I don't know what you're talking about, sure. Sometimes I watch the same video to play music for the free like royalty music, and sometimes I won't get any ads for the whole live. And then some days it's like ads every 5 minutes. And I don't feel like I do anything differently. I don't know if maybe if I let the ad go all the way through, maybe I wouldn't get ads as often. I don't know. Still a mystery. Oh, but back to the guy that was being obnoxious at the convention. At the end, when it was all over, which I also heard him say to another vendor, like, you know, asked how the convention was, and they said it was like okay, and he's like, yeah, it wasn't any good, and kind of like bad mouthing it a little bit. Not like I didn't hear all of it, but just, you know, he didn't know if he'd be back type thing. But I thought for a first time one day, it was really good. That video will come out on Friday, unless you're a member, and then you can watch it right now. And it's only 99 cents. But at the end, we were like packing up all our stuff, and he's just on the phone, supposedly, and is like, I know I have just run my American Express. I have an American Express. I have a, a Visa. Just do the Visa. Like, you don't understand. I have several credit cards. And I don't know what was happening, but I just know he was spitting out credit card names, and trying to argue with someone about something to do with credit cards. And he was just saying how he has all these credit cards. I'm like, okay, man. I don't know if you want to be yelling that stuff out loud. interesting time. The people right next to me, though, super nice. They have a coffee shop in Lexington, Kentucky, where they also do like game nights and do like D&D. And I want to try it out. And we got soap from them. We bought soap from them. I thought about making 2 of these Marie hats. But Marie doesn't usually sell as much as Callie. And I also feel like if I'm making a Marie, I need to make a Callie. And I don't want to do that right now. So we're just going to make this one that's for the order that goes out today. And then we'll work on other things. But let me see. So like I said, this goes out today. And then I have a Toothless. Toothless goes out on the 17th, which is Friday. So yeah, I won't be here. And then these Pikmin bucket hats go out on Monday. Okay. But honestly, I should go ahead and ship them out because I have a limited number of bucket hats. Like, this is all I have left right now of these colors. So I think it's like 4 of red, 4 of yellow. And I don't want to accidentally, like, I think it would be a miracle, but if I sold out of all my Pikmin bucket hats at this convention, then, like, these bucket hats take at least a month, I feel like, for me to get them in because I do a bulk order. And I would like to make some soot sprite. If I get the stuff today done, I think I'm going to work on beanies and bucket hats tomorrow. Because I need to do something with these black bucket hats. And my soot sprite ones usually sell pretty good. Okay, for all my sewing people out there that use like pins, you guys never see this in my video because it's over here, but do you guys use any of these like pucks? This is like magnetic. I used to be against them because it magnifies your pens kind of, so then they're like, will sometimes stick to your scissors. These don't. Or I guess maybe it can make your scissors magnetized and then they stick to here. But I used to be against these, but they're just so handy. And when I don't have them now, I literally will start throwing these pins all over my table because I'm so used to having it. So what I do is I pull it out of here. I just like go like that. I just have to toss it. It's so handy. Do the bomb from Mario? For what? I already did. Kirby of the Month. I use a fridge magnet? Okay, that's smart. Yeah, I think I got these at Joann's, and I always waited till they weren't on sale. I have 2. Waited till they weren't on sale and used the 50% off coupon. And then also it has like a little cover, but they also stick to the bottom sometimes too. But I also use this, at least the one that's over there, because I have one on my cutting table. I use it as a weight to put down my patterns because I use like a rotary cutter. But yeah, if you guys need or haven't heard of those, I think they're very handy. Oh, my bobbin's running out. I know. You can make it. I also have though like a little push pin like usual thing. This is where I put my needles, and then all the pins that are in here are like tiny. Well, not tiny. Most of them are tiny, and I can't even use them because when I make appas, if I use those tiny ones, they will get lost. Oh, a bucket hat. Okay, that's not a bad idea. He is more navy, technically, but I'm not sure like if anyone would question that. I use pin cushions. I have one attached to my machine and another on a container that I put sewing clips. I started using sewing clips for some things, like when I was working with Minky a little bit, or like any fabric that really moves around. Really slidey fabric. And I actually really liked them. But you have a pin cushion on attached to your machine. That's pretty cool. Is it like a sewing machine? Like, do you have it on like the side or the top? Or that's handy. It's really smart. Look at all that dust. Yeah, I want to look at, when I do order more bucket hats, order some blue, because there is a blue bucket hat that kind of works for the Pikmin blue, but it has, the bucket hats have little holes in it like the fisherman hats have. And I mean, I guess it helps for like airy and like for breeze, not for breeze, but to let the breeze through. And I wonder, I'm sure people wouldn't mind that. If it has the holes, I'm sure they would rather just, if it's a blue Pikmin hat. It's one of those pin cushions with elastic that's meant to go around your waist. Okay, I just put it around the right side of the machine instead. Oh, that's so smart. That is so cool. So when I did for costuming for like wardrobe, we have little aprons, but they're not like big aprons, they're like waist aprons, and they have little pockets. That way you can put safety pins, you have like a needle and thread in case, you know, emergency, you need to sew something up. You usually keep, if you're doing stuff with hair, you'd keep like a brush in there or a comb, bobby pins. Like, it's just to have everything and like your track sheet so you know where you need to go next. Like situational stuff. And I really want to make one of those for the convention. But I mean, if I'm standing at my table, I don't feel like I need that on me. But I do like the idea of a money apron, which is kind of why I have a fanny pack. But if I had a money apron, the bills would all be separated. And then I could also like keep in there like my little notebook where I write down what I sold. And that would be better if I wasn't behind my table and I was walking, because I'm very bad if I have a 10 by 10 spot. My book is like all the way over there and I'm always like at the front, like talking to people. And then I can keep my credit card reader in it, those kinds of things. Completely off topic, does anyone else remember the pincushion secretary from Halloween Town? Oh man. I just watched Halloween Town in October. Like, I fell asleep, but you can ask Joey. I had them all play through. Hold on, I have to Google it now. Is the person themselves a pincushion? Or is it like an animated pincushion? I think I know. Like it. Oh, wait. Yes. Oh my gosh, guys, that would be such a good cosplay. Which it does look like someone's done it before, but there's not a lot of pictures of it. And of course, this movie was made like in the 90s, so they're all very blurry. That's so fun. Thanks for reminding us all of that. The outfit. Yeah. I honestly, I don't think I would have ever remembered that. So I don't, if you guys were here for my last live, you know, I talked about trying to make friends. And my idea is we're gonna have a Memorial Day party. Well, it's actually gonna be the Saturday before. So like on the 25th. We're gonna have a little get together and kind of be like a house, not housewarming, but like kind of show off our house. But I'm gonna try to invite some new people. Well, not like new, but like I know them from school, but it's been 10 years since we like went to high school, that kind of situation. But I'm also inviting my friends from college, so if they all bail on me, at least I'll have a few friends that I know will be there. So if it ends up just being like me, Bethany, if Tia's off work, then it'll be fine. We will party. But that's my plan. I'll let you guys know how it goes. I'm sure I'll probably do like a vlog of me like planning it, because I kind of want to do a vlog of kind of like upcycling things maybe, because I want to get some more canvases and pictures to hang on the wall, but also for like outdoor stuff. My mom has some old chairs that I'm like, maybe we can use these. And then we have a lot of foldable like lawn chairs, which we used to take to conventions, and we get them from Goodwill for like $5. But yeah. And then I think my mom has some cornhole boards we're gonna borrow, but she said they need to be repainted. So I'm like, maybe I'll paint them for her since she's letting me borrow them. And I also might be going to Dollywood after the convention this weekend. So I might do a vlog of that too. I'm just not sure how long we'll get to stay, because it will be on Sunday. And we have to, if Joey goes with me, we have to drive back so that he is home for work on Monday. So plans for this weekend are kind of up in the air, but I do kind of want to go to Dollywood. Okay, so also with this, Marie has a little swoop, and I can never remember which way the swoop goes. It goes to the right. It goes to the right. So we will make this one the right. So it goes like this. And then that means this one can get cut off. Because I go ahead and I cut 4 pieces of this shape. So this is the shape for the Marie hat. And it has the swoop, but you don't need it for both sides. So I cut it with the swoop, and then I cut the swoop off of one of the sides. If I remember to fold back the pattern when I'm doing it, I sometimes do that instead, but odds are I don't remember doing it. So I just cut it off later. But my concern with the Memorial Day party is, do I be that person that makes a Facebook event? Because I'm all about Facebook events. I do love them. It has everything in one spot, and you don't have to message everybody. But I'm like, do I need to give these people a heads up that I'm thinking of inviting? Like, hey, I'm making a Facebook event. If you guys are interested, it's going to be a little Memorial Day party at my house. Or do I just invite the people that I'm thinking and to see if they show up. Because I feel like I would be more inclined to come to something if someone messaged me before they made the event. Just so I'm like, what if they accidentally invited me and didn't mean to, and I just show up and they're not expecting me? That could just be me overthinking it. I told Joey to invite some people from work. I was like, you need some people to talk to. He's like, no, it'll just be your friends. I'm like, no, invite some people. I like feel bad. I'm like, I took you away from your friends and your family. Please help me feel a little bit better about it. Go over this one more time. Have you guys seen those TikToks or whatever where they tell you to like discipline your vacuum if your dogs are scared of it? Our dogs aren't scared of the the vacuum, and they don't bark at it or anything. But the Roomba that we have, they will like skitter away from it if it's coming at them. So I think that they're a little terrified, but they don't like bark at it or anything. So I don't like when it comes in any of the rooms that has carpet because it just collects all of the fur and makes like balls, and it doesn't suck them up. It just makes clumps of hair on the carpet. Like on the hardwood, it does okay because it can pick it up better. But just I guess where it rolls and the wheels and everything, it doesn't do the best on carpet. So I close all the doors except for my sewing room because I'm in here working and the dogs are in there with me. So every time that the Roomba would come in here, I would pick it up and be like, no, I told you, get out. And I would pick it up and like throw it in the back in the like living room and be like, get gone, get. And the dogs just like follow me and they're looking at me like, what? What's wrong? And then it comes back in there, do it again, and then the third time I'm like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Joey he pays for like the Discord Nitro, is that what it is? Where he can have like more sounds on his soundboard. And he can also do where he has like a sound that plays when he comes into a chat, and I just think that's the coolest thing. And his sound is like, oh man, this guy stinks. Something like that. Like it's one of the SpongeBob ones. So this is how the robot uprising starts. Oh no! I still haven't finished shoot, Detroit. Becoming Human, or Become Human. Which also aggravates me. I wish it was Becoming Human. But I guess Become Human makes sense. But anyways, yeah. This is how it starts. Because I yell at it. I don't treat it like it has feelings. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Yeah, that's it. I was like, what does it say? And I want to add that as like a sound when I join. Not that one, I want to pick a different one, but I think it's funny that he can add a sound. One of my favorite ones is from Thor Ragnarok. And he's like, oh my god, the hammer pulled you off. And my favorite part used to be the hammer pulled you off. But now that he's added it as a sound, and like he got it off of like YouTube or whatever, my favorite part is the oh my god. It's so like pulled out. It's so strained. Exaggerated. That's the word. There's another one I thought we had from Thor Ragnarok, because there's so many good quotes in that one. Also, I finished one of the plushies for an order I posted in the server. Yay! We love when we finish orders. I'll have to check it out. Do you all like to make lists? That way you can like cross it off or check it off, because that's me. And I used to write things on the marker board and everything, but I don't do that much anymore. But I do try to put it in my like little journal, because I do think it's fun to look back on and be like, oh, this is what I worked on here. Remember when I made this? But I am really excited to show you guys. I'm making a video of every time or everything I complete in a day for the month of May, like what I made for the month of May. And I'm excited to show you guys. That'll probably go up, you know, beginning of June, but I'm excited for it. And I think it'll be good to look back for me too later on. Piss off, ghost! Yeah, that's it. I have Google Sheets with my orders and what they ordered. Oh, and does that work for you? I feel like I would get overwhelmed if it was on Google Sheets. Like, thankfully, like through Etsy and my Shopify, it tells me. But like if somebody orders outside of one of those, I have to like make a notes in my phone. Otherwise, I will forget. Like if somebody orders off of Instagram. Because I mean, that's the one thing I do like about Etsy is they do hold me accountable. They're like, you told this person 3 to 4 weeks. So the latest you can ship this out is this day. Because I don't get a lot of orders on my Shopify, but when I do have on there that like allow 1 to 2 weeks depending on if I'm out of town for a convention. But there's nothing to hold me accountable to make sure that I ship it out on time. Yeah, I'll show. Okay, if you don't mind. Like, don't feel like you have to though. I'm always interested. Like, I use Google Sheets to keep track of my conventions and stuff, and that is very helpful. But I've never thought about doing it for when people order. I would love to be able to get really fancy and use Google Sheets for like keeping track of my fabric and what I need to order, but I don't even know where to start with that. I try to keep notes in my my journal thing. Like I said, it's kind of just like a catch-all journal. But then I lose the page and I don't know where to go back to. So I think honestly the best thing that would work for me, because I do take notes in my phone to be like, buy this fabric. I think I should have a marker board maybe on the inside of my fabric closet, and then make a list like fleece, felt, minky, like the main fabrics that I use, and then write what I have, and then if I use all that up, like cross it out or like erase it. That would probably work best for me. I'll show in general. I have a Google Slides for my fabric. I've never used Google Slides. That's not a bad idea. I assume it's like PowerPoint, right? Like slides, like that kind of PowerPoint. I do have a list in my notes app on my phone too that's like scuba blue, and that's for, you know, Lapras, Vaporeon. Like I have a list of what that color is used for. But then there's moments where I like buy a fabric and then I forget what it's called because I don't make a note of it. Like I'm making a I'm making a Skitty Scooty. Somebody custom ordered a Skitty hat, and I had to like go on a hunt for the color pink that they like. That's why there's like 3 different shades. Well, there's 2 now. I cut one, but there was 3 different shades of pink over there. And then I got some brown minky for Appa, and I found some gray. I don't think it's technically minky, but it is that lush plush fabric, and it's gray. This is gray plain soft and MI. Is it supposed to be minky? Maybe. But I mean, it looks like minky. I honestly don't know a lot about minky, so I couldn't tell you. But if somebody was like, name this fabric, I'd be like, minky. So they had this in the remnants, and it's 0.75 of a yard, and it's gray. And I'm like, I can make possums, because I got in to the possum festival. I think it's possum festival. It's an outdoor event. I haven't paid for my table yet. I need to do that. And it's only $25. I'm just really stingy on my money right now because I got some big credit card bills that are coming out. But I'm like, this would be perfect for some possums. If I gotta take the doggy out. Okay, have fun. Possum! Yes! So I'm excited to make some possums. I'm trying to make myself use fabric that I haven't used before, but also use the fabric that I have before I buy new fabric. So I'm gonna try to clear out my closet some more, and I need to also clear out my closet at my mom's that has all my fabric that I used to use. But it's just so fun when you can go shopping at your old fabric storage. But that place is a wreck. So I used to live in the attic of my parents' house, but it's not what you think. Like, it's finished attic. The only thing is where I put my fabric is kind of like a walk-in closet, and it's not insulated. So when it's really, really hot outside, it is super duper hot in there. Like, it's probably at least 15 degrees hotter or cooler than the insulated part of the house. So, like, if I go in there right now, I can only stay in there for like max 5 minutes, and by that time I am already sweating. So the time to clean it out, if I'm actually going to take the time to like clean it and organize it, is like during the winter or like fall, because I do much better in cold weather conditions than hot, and I can always like bundle up if I'm going to be in there in the cold. But again, heat rises, so even in the winter, it's not like I'm going to freeze in there. I just might be a little bit too cold for comfort, but I forgot when my phone was over here, and I was like, where is it? So yeah, one of the things I went looking for at my mom's house this last time for fabric was green for the Korok bucket hat.
It needs to be about 20% cooler.
20% cooler. And I had some green, so then I didn't even have to order more green. I might have to next time, but I made enough to use all the rest of my khaki colored bucket hats. Needs to be about 20% cooler. When TikTok was Musical.ly, or no, maybe it was on Vine. One of my like most viewed videos for Vine was me doing my Little Pony impressions for the main six. Those were the good old days. And people are like, oh my gosh, your Applejack impression is really good. And I'm like, thanks, I'm from Kentucky. have a whole lot of practice. It runs in my blood. Alright, so we got the two sides made like this. And now we're gonna put them together. One of the reasons I used to like dislike making Callie and Marie so much hat wise is because it has a lot of hand sewing to it. Somebody's dreaming. One of my puppies are dreaming and they were whining. I think it's Obi. Because it has so much hand sewing to it, and now after making like so many appas, I'm like, this is nothing. Because when I used to make hats all the time, I'm like, these take so long. And now anytime I'm making hats other than appas, I'm like, oh my gosh, I got 6 hats done in a day? That's crazy. Which lately for these smaller conventions, I've been prepping a lot of smaller stuff. But I think after this one, I'm going to prep more hats. I'm going to go back to stocking up on hats. And since the next one is Lex Pride, I'm going to try to find some really cool rainbow fabric and make some more rainbow Kirby's. And I don't know if I could make just a hat out of some rainbow fabric too. I think that would be fun. And maybe I could do different colors, like the flags, but in hats. I just always worry about making flag colored items because there's so many different flags, and I don't want to not have a flag if somebody is interested in one. But then again, some of them are more popular than the others. So, and like more people are going to be interested in one over the other. So it's gonna just be up in the air either way. Welcome back, frogs! Alright, so we got that sewn up. And now, as you can see, this doesn't look right? Her bangs are hanging down. So I'll have to fold this up and kind of do like a little tuck. And like that. And it'll bring it over, and then I just like stitch it down right here to help it stay in the correct location. I'm thinking about signing up for my first Artist Alley in September, but I'm nervous. I don't know if I'll have enough stock. Yeah, definitely do it. I agree with frogs. And I mean, especially if the table's not too much, like if you don't have to invest too much to get there table wise, you got to start at some point. And you're like, even now for me, I feel like I always am under prepared, under stocked. And I feel like everyone's kind of always like that. You're always going to think, I could have done more, I could have made more, but you can't let that stop you. Or you know, I know a lot of people are like, I don't feel like my art is good enough, but I'm like, you're always going to prepare, you're always going to get better. And you're not going to be able to look back on what you made or like improve on what you made if you don't put it out there to see what more people like. Like, oh, my people really like my prints, or oh, people really like this type of hat. So I honestly, when I leave conventions, am more inspired to make more things or work on more things. So don't let, like, oh, I don't think I have enough stock, hold you back, because what's the worst that happens? You get there and you sell out. Awesome. You sold out. That's amazing. So definitely give it a shot. I say have 2 to 5 of each product if you can, at least one of each. It's $100 for a one-day event, so I think that's pretty fair. But yeah, $100. That's what I'm paying for this one this weekend, and it's a 2-day. But again, I'm iffy about the one this weekend. But that one that I just did in Danville was $120, so that's a good price for your first one. I think $100 is good. And yeah, I don't know specifically what you make, Michelle. Do you do crochet? Or do you do more sewing? I like to do rounded numbers. So I like to do 5 and 10. But like for my hats, my bigger stuff, sometimes I'm only able to get 1 hat. But if I can get more, I do 2. So like my bigger items, I do try to do 1 or 2. I know my friend Bethany that crochets. She likes to do 5 or 10 items. I sew mostly plushies. Okay, yeah. And I don't know how big they are, but I think 5 is a really good number unless they take you a super, super long time. I think it is good to have a middle ground, to have a couple of each item, but also have a variety of items. Because especially if you're doing fan art stuff, you don't want to just have Splatoon, Chainsaw Man, and I don't know, Spy Family, because that's a very like niche. And like if those people aren't at that convention, then your product's not going to sell. But if you have, 1 or 2 items of like Spy Family, Splatoon, Pokemon, Digimon, I don't know, like you have, a whole bunch more categories. Same with like animals, if you're doing just animals, you're gonna appeal to more of a variety of audience if you have a bunch of different types of animals. I need to get some other stuff for the table as well, like a tablecloth, some business cards, etc. I try to do 3 of each, mostly because my keychain stands can hold 3 on each little thing. I'm ever... Okay, I missed. If you're in the Discord, I can go into detail and help. Awesome. I've been vending for 1.5 years. Yes. Yeah, so what I did for my first convention for a tablecloth is I just used a twin bed sheet. So don't feel like you have to spend a whole lot of money. You can check out Goodwill, or if you just have a bed sheet of your own, just grab that, take it with you, borrow one from a family member, use your family member's Thanksgiving tablecloth, whatever you need to do. And business cards, lots of times, if it's your first time ordering from like Vistaprint, and you don't have an email with them, you can usually get like 100 free business cards and just pay shipping, which is usually like $5 to $7, I think. But if you don't have time, like you said, it wasn't until September, so you have time if you need to do that. But also, if you're more nervous, Staples and Office Depot, you can go there and just buy. Like, you don't even need 100. That's like a lot. If you're not sure if you're gonna need a lot of business cards, or like if you're gonna continue to do things like that, 50, I feel like it's probably still more than enough. I'm not sure how big your convention is that you're doing. And then if you need any kind of table display stuff, I usually check out Goodwill or flea markets. Anything like that is good to have. Just something to elevate your stuff off the table. Use tablecloths from Dollar General or Dollar Tree. That's a good idea if you just want, you know, if you don't have the room, because those sheets and tablecloths do get really bulky. So if you just want to buy one the day before from like Dollar Tree, just get you a $1 one. No, nothing wrong with that. Go ahead. It never hurts to have a QR code pre-made. Yeah. Like for business cards and stuff, or for like your website for social media. I do, what I was gonna say is when I run out of business cards, I have a QR code, like Cosplay said, to bring it out and just be like, ran out of business card, scan here for my Instagram. And sometimes that gets you more followers because people are just gonna go there and just click follow and not pay attention, or like they might forget to like look you up again. And if they take a business card, they might like lose that business card. So if you really want to try to grow followers, having a QR code is really helpful because they just follow and forget. Walgreens used to be my go-to for business cards, and now I use Got Print. Okay, yeah, I've never used Got Print. That's good to know. I think 100 cards would be plenty. Thank you for the recommendation. I have wire cubes already, so I'll use those on the table. Perfect. That's always a good first start. And I've had those. I've had a different set, but I have been using grid cubes, even though they kind of are annoying. I still use them to this day, 10 years later. I recently bought a fabric tablecloth off Amazon for like $15 or something. Yeah, I think I paid somewhere around that. I got a circle one, and it's I think for 8 feet, and it wasn't too much. My next upgrade is a table banner, but for like a table runner. So instead of like hanging up my banner, I use it for, it just like lays on the table and just stays there. That is my next upgrade. So then I don't have to worry about my banner falling off. And don't feel like you have to get a banner for your table. You can just make, I think my first time is I made just a sign on like some fabric, or like painted. You could totally do that. You don't have to have a banner. You could also just print out an 8x10 piece of paper and like make a cute little one of those like frames, put that on there so people see your business name. No, you want a studio chair? No, I don't. You want a studio chair. You want a gaming chair. That's not a gaming chair. I forgot what I said I wanted. Oh, the table runner. No, I definitely want a table runner. I'm just randomly filling up my Amazon cart until we get more money of things that I want. Every day. I use a tall stool. No, you want a tall chair to see over the table. I do. That is also on my list. But the thing with that is they're kind of annoying to carry around. So I do bring, if I remember to bring the stool, that does work. It's just not comfortable to sit on, but I do like that it folds and it puts me at the right height. But this is an actual you thing. Okay, yes, I do. I know what you're talking about now. I just thought you were being silly, haha. Okay. Thought you were making a joke. Because, you know, you never joke. Why would I think that you joking with me? Alright, I'm sewing these earrings on now before I forget. But my thread is too short. I'm not going to be able to make it all the way. look, I've been impaled. You don't quote Frozen on the daily. Who are you? You have a dolly. I never joke.
Are you challenging me?
Matthew Lillard is going to be at a horror convention in Kentucky. I kind of want to go to it, but I also feel like he's going to be the biggest one there, so I don't know, but I'm not selling at it, so Joey and I could go and we could spend all day in line to meet Matthew Lillard. Thank you everyone for the tips. I feel free to spam me with them. Yes. Definitely. I have a video, which I think I remember you talking about it, so you might have already watched it. But I do have one that's like, you know, Artist Alley tips, and I go through it. I'm a little long-winded in that video. I do want to make another one that's just like packing list for Artist Alley. I have a signature from him. My Pookie got it for me. I love Matthew Lillard. I've never seen any of the Scream movies except for the newest one. But I know a lot of people love him from Scream, but I love him from Scooby-Doo. The live action ones, that's all I know him. I mean, not all, but that's what I know him from. And I quote Scooby-Doo Spooky Island on the daily. And somewhere I have a VHS of Scooby-Doo, and I want him to sign it, but I have to find it first, and then I have to meet him. Yes. One of these days, I'll make a shirt. I want it to say, like, you know how there's those old camp shirts, or even like Hollister or American Eagle or something that's like some fake camp established in this year. I want to make one that's like Spooky Island, established 2001, I think. I don't know. I looked up the date, like when Spooky Island released. And that's the date I would put. And then just put like the skull on there. I think that'd be really cool. But make it look really like faded. That's my goal. One of my many goals. Ideas. Might have to redo that stitching, honestly, guys. That looked pretty rough. Why? Why did I do it? It should have been better. Got all these songs memorized now, guys. I won't do it good, but I know the one. It's like, your mom eats cat poop. No, your mom eats cat poop. I can't do a good Scooby voice. Rat root. My top quotes are, I'm probably gonna pronounce it wrong, but it's like, is it Hong Kong Phooey? Watch the Fist of Fury, would you, buddy? And then it's like, my name's Mary Jane. And he's like, I love that name. Grandma didn't mind. Go sit with our buddy Fred, right? Is it Is it Tuesday already? It is, Captain. Welcome. Right now we're quoting Scooby-Doo. Spooky Island. I like the other one too. I guess it's just Spooky-Doo. I guess it's just Scooby-Doo 2, right? But the monster one is okay. I didn't read the article, but I saw somewhere that the guy that plays Fred wishes he never did it. I'm like, what do you mean? Don't tell me that. Alright, I'm gonna stuff these pieces first. Yep, that's Shaggy's grandma, right? Nobody questions it. We used to have a dog that'd come into the dog shop that there was one that was actually named Scrappy, and then there was one that would come in that actually looked like Scrappy. I'm like, no, your name should be Scrappy. You don't look like a Scrappy. And then Joey showed me a picture of this dog. I think it was a pug or something standing on its back legs. And you know how like pugs have the big like gut that sticks out, but like little bitty scrawny little legs. And I'm like, that freaking looks like those things from Scooby-Doo. They come in that are like really big, and then they just have those little scrawny legs like they missed leg day. So funny. Oh, I saw my Tandem Mouse sticker. I still want to make some Tandem Mouse plushies. I feel like that would be super easy in the bordering machine. Like I can totally make it. Joey got me a Tandem Mouse plushie, or actually it's Mousehold because it's got the whole family. It's in there by my computer desk. There's such good quotable moments in that movie, but also like Shrek, amazing quotes. So such good quotes. Oh, I also got a signature from Angel Dust's voice actor. Yay! That's awesome. They're doing a lot of conventions I've been seeing. The whole Has Been and Hell of a Boss. And of course, Boulder's Gate. I never say it right. Those voice actors have been all around too. I mean, I'd be doing the same. Definitely go where you're wanted. Go where you're needed. That's awesome. What did they sign? Like just a print, or did you have something special? Very tempted to not do the like 100 other projects that I have started. But now that this possum fabric's sitting right here, to make a possum. Rain is expected to stop at your location. That's funny because it's not raining right now. One of his prints, my friend got it for me. He wrote, "Go get him, Tiger." I love that. think I'm finally getting to the point where I don't listen to the Has Been playlist on the daily. Like I can go a few days now without playing it. Right now I'm 21 Pilots is my on repeat. And they're releasing their new album, I think, Saturday. So I'll have more to listen to. Angel Dust is a comfort character for me. Nice. I like Charlie. And Vaggie. But I feel like all the characters are well-rounded. I think they did a really good job pulling on heartstrings too, and you know, you get feelings for all of them. All right, we're almost done. And then we just hand sew these on and we are finished. Oh, just kidding. I have to make the hat still. I gotta stuff it. It's pretty easy though. I just, like I said, stuff this tube and then I'm gonna hand sew it like this. So it's a circle and then it'll get sewn onto the top. I'll have to make sure that this looks right when it's stuffed because I'm worried maybe I made that green part too wide. Okay. Sewing tip for you guys, if you ever have to make a long like tube like this, and it doesn't matter if one of your ends are sewn up, sew up one of your ends. That way you can flip it inside out easier if you need to flip it inside out, because then you have a spot where your stick can push through and you can just push it through all the way. Fun tip. Like if you're, especially if you're sewing clothing that has like straps, I think that's a really good tip, because usually sewing patterns won't tell you to like sew up an end, but it's gonna get hidden anyways. So like if you have like a strap on your dress or top or whatever that you're making, and you have to make a big tube, just sew one of your ends closed so you can like feed. Ow! I hit my funny bone. So you can feed your pencil or your turning stick or stuffing stick, whatever, through. I also cut my pinky, I don't know if you can see it, on it's right there on the knuckle, but it goes from like here all the way down to here on our dryer lint thing, you know, that goes like outside. So on the outside of the house, I stuck my hand in there to clean it out, and there was like the sharp metal piece sticking out. I see you, Rid. I see you. I'm sure everybody else sees you too. Maybe not. But that is like the worst place for me to have a cut place, because it's right where my scissors hit. Oh my gosh. On my hand, and then also when I go to pull like my needle through, if it like this isn't my fabric, it like wraps around my pinky right here in that same spot. Oh, I do give him kisses. Have you guys come to harass me to go potty? Have you? Do you need? Do you need something? Just all staring at me. Do you? Do you? I didn't even have time to see it. All right, let me let the puppers out because I have to potty too. Yes, I know, you don't have to boop me. I'm coming. Okay? All right, I'll be right back. Let me run to the bathroom. Hello, hello. I'm back. I was making sure it wasn't gonna start raining because Obi's not gonna want to be out there if it starts raining. Is anybody else prepping for a show or convention coming up? Okay, so there's this like tube, and then I'm gonna wrap it around, and then I'm just gonna hand sew this like this. Actually, I'm gonna do a little stitch to sew this up, just to help this stuffing not come out. I've been seeing a lot of people want a pattern for an owl bear or make an owl bear specifically from Baldur's Gate 1, and I really want to make one. I think I could come up with a pattern. I'm just like, Megan, take the time to do it. Just do it already. But I can't convince myself enough. Because like my business, I think, profits the most when I find that thing that a lot of people like are wanting, like that next big thing. If that makes sense. So like when Splatoon first came out, Splatoon hats were really popular, and then in 2020, Oppas were really popular because they put the live action, not the live action, they put it on Netflix, and everyone was locked up in COVID times. So I feel like this could be the next big thing. And honestly, I should probably just make it a live. Like, I should do it on a live. That way I set aside time. It's kind of like with the embroidery patterns that I do. Like I have all these designs and doodles for new beanie designs, but if I don't give myself time or make myself time to do it, then lots of times it doesn't get done unless somebody like orders it. All this fuzz around me. I'm prepping for a con that's at the end of the year. They haven't announced anything and I don't even have a table yet. Okay, but it's my dream to vend at that con. Oh, the one that is at the end of the year. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I pretty much have my whole year conventions planned out. Like I said, I want to do Possum Fest. That one's in September. And it's just outdoor. And I don't like outdoor conventions. Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Awesome. I hope do you already have it or you're hoping to? They haven't announced anything yet. So you probably haven't got any information about applying or anything yet, right? But I want to. The only other one would be Anime Weekend. I applied for it, and that's like one of the ones that I'm still waiting to hear back. I think everything else has already been approved or waitlisted or all that stuff. Don't know yet. Gotcha. Yeah. And then I don't want to make my end of year too busy because the beginning of the year is crazy. I did apply for MagFest. That is a big one. I've never done it. It's in Maryland. I think it's the same place that Katsucon is. And so if I got into that, it's the same as like this year because I applied for it too, but I didn't get in either. It's a lottery system. But that would be January, February is MegaCon, and then March is LCTC. And those are always like my biggest conventions. But there's always no guarantee that I'll get into, MegaCon, and then Katsucon is in there. But there's no guarantee that I'll get into Katsucon, but Lexington and MegaCon are for sure. But I signed up to get notified whenever tables go on sale. Nice. But I have attended this con multiple times. I've been doing art markets every month and cons once in a while. Oh, okay. How do you like the art markets? I've never done an art market. I applied to do a farmer's market here because technically since it's handmade stuff, they would let me, but I'm on kind of a wait list because it's a small town. Don't know if my stuff would do good either, but I forgot to. Oh, I still have to make the 2 other little bow things that go here and here. So I'm gonna go ahead and stitch these on real quick while I have them. I do 2 events every month. Nice. Yeah, I only do 1. Sometimes I do 2, but I usually kind of regret it when I do 2. And then I'm like, why did I do this to myself? But I mean, I haven't minded the ones that have been like pretty close. And I could see myself doing 2 a month if I did only ones that were close by. Like if I had this farmer's market where I could do like every other weekend or something right here, I wouldn't mind to do it. But I like I get FOMO because I really do love watching and seeing all these people's videos and pictures when they go to events. And I'm like, man, I wish I was at that event. But if I overwhelm myself like that, then like I get more and more burnt out and I'm like regret doing like the next convention if I'm still burnt out from the last convention. So I know it's not good for my business. It's not good for my well-being to do that many events, but I definitely, when I see all these people doing these events, I'm like, I wish I was there. But I just have to remember and keep in mind that, you know, since, you know, lots of us have to remake our stuff. Like, you know, if you guys sew and do crochet, you understand having to remake every time. And that's not a livable, that's not a way to live. You can't do that to yourself. That's so stressful and so hard on yourself. So I do like the idea of do these really big conventions that I can kind of guarantee and bank on every year, and then do a couple, like maybe one in the middle of the year, one at the end of the year, and like start over. I do good. I sell has-been and anime stuff. Nice. And are they, you said it's an art market. Would you consider it like a little farmer's market, or would you consider it like, and do you go to the same one? I guess what I'm asking more, is it like every weekend at the same place, or do you do a lot of little art markets all around? Because I feel like if you do the same place, you probably get the same people coming back, right? And unless you have something like candles or food or things like that that you're gonna use and need more of, I feel like it's hard to make money off of markets where you do the same thing or like see the same people. I've always been curious about that. Oh, I hear Obi whining. 1 second. Yeah, I need to set my stool aside because I want to remember to take it with me. I do the same place in the mall. I've been wanting to look, which we don't have a mall close by, but when we used to live in Delaware, I wanted to look at setting up in a mall. Because I do think that that would be fun. And I've always been curious about copyright. Like, do you just play it safe and hope that nobody copyright comes for you? But I do think it would be fun to do like a little pop-up shop. I tried to do around Christmas time. I tried to do a pop-up at the mall in Delaware, but they were already maxed on their vendors or something, or they're like, we're not taking any more people. And I feel like I messaged them really early, but I was like, okay, that's fine. I did get invited to do a night market. It is new, but I don't know if I'll do good. I mean, you know, somebody's always got to try new conventions. So I don't mind doing new things if you don't have to sacrifice a lot of money. I think new events can be good, but if you have to drop a whole lot of money, then that's a different story. I did forget how much of a pain this was to sew on because it's so awkward. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, I'm making the bow in the back of the head. So I'm making a fake bow. Ridley, why do you do things that you do? Oh, bring it back it up. It is this Thursday. Oh, and it's on a Thursday? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I would feel about that either. But again, if you don't have anything planned and it's cheap, I feel like you probably could at least make your stuff back if you do decent at other like markets and stuff. I got invited to do a convention in like Florida in the Keys, but I don't think it would be like free. Like they didn't say anything about, you know, you can have a table for free. But that is a very far, like I definitely would have to fly. But honestly, if they're like, we'll give you a table for free, I would probably consider it just to feel invited enough to be like, yeah, we'll give you a table for free if you want to come. Like, okay, I'll make it a little vacation. I don't know if that really happens for artists as much like if you're like cosplay guest or maybe YouTube. Like maybe I could get something with my YouTube. Being a YouTube creator, maybe they would invite me at some point. But like, I don't know if they really invite artists to come sell. Maybe if you had like a big following to get people to come to their convention or something, I could see that happening. That would be cool. Okay, I got this one sewn on. Making this so hard on myself because I don't want to take these pins out, but just do it. Tie a knot. Oh my gosh. Made me jump. I apologize, guys. If I'm hoping it doesn't pick up that bad, but if that made you jump too, I'm so sorry. He's a punk like that. All right, and then I'm also gonna do another just stitch so this stays. It doesn't like flop around too much. Red. I've never done it like this before. I'm curious if it'll hold. Yeah, and that's not an attachment stitch. It's just a little tack to keep it in place. All right, and then put this back on here. Go lay down. And then we'll put this one right here somewhere. if this will stay like this. I got a extension for my photography stand to be able to make like an arm extension from a photography stand, and I'm gonna see if how that works this weekend to try to put more hats on there so my photography stand can hold more hats and hopefully make it more visible, make my hats more visible. Because I do feel like my hats get overlooked sometimes if they're behind me compared to if they're like front and center. But I mean, the only way to get everyone to see everything is you have just a big space. But I want to try to make the most, like get a setup for a 6-foot table that is my go-to every time, so that I don't have to constantly stress about doing something different or changing. I want to have a go-to so that I know how to set it up. And I know even if I have it set in stone, there's still going to be conventions that are going to be a little bit different, and we're going to have to change stuff like depending on product and stuff too. But I just would like to have a go-to. Guys, do you want to go in the crate? They haven't heard that one lately. Too bad I have the bedroom door shut. They can't go in there. Oh my gosh, that is coming through. Ridley, crate. Crate. You want to go too? I'm trying to teach them to close the door. Like if they go outside and then come back in, I want to be like, close the door. My family dog, Maggie, she used to could do it. Not from a distance, like we'd have to like tap on the door and be like, close the door. But I tried to teach them that, all 3 of them at the same time, which was a terrible idea. And Daisy and Obi did it. Ridley just kept running outside. And as soon as he would run out the door, one of the other 2 would jump on the door and close it on him. And I'm like, buddy, stop running outside. I was like, stay in here. And then I'd be like, stop going outside. And I'd be like, okay, close the door. And then he would run and it would the exact same thing. I'm like, why? When will you learn? But I think definitely Daisy could do it. And then I was really impressed that Obi did it. He did it before Daisy did. So I feel like if I do it one at a time, I just want him to be able to do it from a distance so I can be like, close the door. And they would like go to it. Sorry, I'm muffling the mic. Let's see, where do I want this to stitch at? Like right here. Boop, boop, boop. think we're getting Wendy's today for dinner. Okay, so here's what it looks like so far. And then I forgot to make the 2 other little bow things to go here, but that won't take very long. So we will cut those out and do that now. And then I have to sew on the hat. And I think it goes like right here. Like that. Easy peasy. And then what do you guys think? Should we make possums? Should I make some possums? I would like to make a weighted possum. And just kind of like a big floppy possum, but put some like beads in it. But I don't have any beads on me, so it wouldn't be a finished thing if that's what I wanted to do right now. Okay, I gotta find the other piece, because the reason I didn't cut it is because it wasn't with Marie's. I knew I was missing something. It wasn't with Marie's stack of things to cut. My pattern. That one, and then one more. Okay, let me put all this back in the folder. How do you guys organize your pattern pieces? I have these little, I use Ziploc baggies, and I use these manila folders, like a tiny size, and then I write on the front. But how do you guys keep track of your patterns? Because it'll either look like that, or it'll look like this. Or just this little Ziploc baggie. This is for link hats. And it helps keeps it. And then I usually paper clip if I have 2 different things in there, like for Callie and Marie. I paper clip all the Marie stuff together, and then all the Callie stuff together. I see, I think I have more white thread. And then I just stuff these really lightly. This is kind of the same thing with the tube thing that I was saying. This is, of course, not a tube, but I do sew up one end of it. That way I have something to easily flip it inside out. So that's always a good thing to keep in mind if you're doing, especially if it's like a long shape that might take extra time to turn inside out. I have a binder with page protectors. I'll put them in that and then write what it's from one page protector. Oh, okay. So do you have like a big thick binder with all your patterns in it? That's fun. That probably keeps it all in one place. I do keep my, like, inside the Ziploc baggie, inside a accordion folder, and that thing is busting at the seams, so I might have to like separate it and do one for hats, one for plushies soon. But yeah, a binder binder sounds fun. And then you can, because I just keep mine under the table, but like if I had like a bookshelf of just different binders. I have 2 binders now. I used to use an accordion folder too. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I like it. I'm always love hearing other people's ideas because I know, Hibiscus, you like, at least for your shorts, you put all the pieces in like a bag. That way I think that you can work on it later. I assume that's what you do. That way when you get some downtime and you want to sew it, like you've already stuffed and sewn the pieces, but you can like dump them out and then you have it ready. And I do really love that, keeping, because like I keep my stuff like that I've cut in these like bins, but it is a jumbled mess in there even when I do try to organize it. And I do think like maybe it would be nice if I had bigger Ziploc baggies and putting like I have all these pieces just sitting around. This is for Toothless Hat because I was in the middle of working on it, but I moved on to something else. So it would be nice to, like, if I'm working on Ghostface, as far as I get, then put it all in a baggie and I don't lose it. Yeah, I do like that idea. And it would be nice even if they could all be in a bin together still, but have separate baggies, and then I don't have to go digging. I just maybe have to see if I can find a reusable way. I mean, I guess as long as I don't write on the bag, I don't have to throw the baggies away and I can reuse them. So I could do that. I do have a bad habit of writing on things. But it's not like I'm putting food in there. So I could reuse the Ziploc baggies. And if I invest in decent Ziploc baggies, then I don't have to worry about trashing them. And with those, for my patterns, I don't even like zip them up. Like it's not like a slidey one, but it's like the zippy, just push it together kind. And I don't even worry about doing that. Same with those manila folders that have the little tab. I don't do those because if you do it so many times, the tab just breaks. So I need ideas if you guys have any. I have walls, or like bottom around the wall, like all the space is taken. You know, I have this, and then there's a door, and then I have that bin, and then there's a table, and then from over here, like I have table space, but I don't have like shelf space or anything above it. And with my other sewing desk that I had, there was enough room for me to work, and there was also like an area above it up here that I had like my printer and stuff up there. And I kind of would like to do that, especially over here, where I have this space down here, but like some extension above that I can also store stuff on. I would like more storage. I want to take advantage of storage space. So I don't know if you guys have like your favorite go-to furniture or furniture that you really like in your craft room. It works good. I have a picture. Let me show you. I don't know if I showed it in the last live, but there's this one that we saw at this like buy for less place, and it's kind of like refurbished things or things that didn't sell. So this is like a cabinet that they have there, and I thought that would be cool because it has space underneath. It has that hole where I can like sit paperwork and stuff, but also that glass cabinet up there where I can put like plushies that are done or stuff that way dog hair doesn't get in it. But they wanted like $200 for it, and that's a little steep. I feel like I could find, I mean, it's a little steep for something that kind of looks a little banged up, I guess. Like, I don't think it's used, but I think they get a deal because it has like dents or scratches in it. And I feel like I could pay $200 for something similar. I just don't know what you would call that. Like maybe it's like a china cabinet. But I like that idea because I do like the idea of having glass at the top. Yeah, definitely too much. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to see what I can find. But yeah, I like the idea that there's glass at the top to kind of show off my artwork too, my designs, my plushies, and it keeps it out of the way from dog hair. I hear you, but I don't know what you want. I let you outside. You didn't want to be outside because you were bored, little baby. Ridley off. Obi is eyeing you. Get down. He's jealous, but he just wants to whine. Don't you? Don't you wish your girlfriend was? Yep. He looks so sad. He's got his ears tucked. You can't even see his face because he's like right in the doorway. Over and over. Why are you sad? Why? Why? What is it? What is it? Okay, bye. All right, we're almost done stuffing these. And then I'm gonna just sew the ends together on the sewing machine. That way it's a little bit easier just to hand sew on. So it goes like this, and then I'm gonna fold it. And then this makes like a cute little 3D bow. I'm just doing a little quick little stitch. Doesn't have to look pretty because it's gonna go face down. It's gonna get hidden by the stitching. Cute. Same thing for this one. There we go. Now, push this out of the way again. And we'll bring this back so I can see the placement. And this hat is so top heavy. I think I put it in the description. I know for the boy one I have in the description that this hat is really top heavy. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's gonna have to stay there because I gotta rethread my needle. Mailman, maybe? All right, try again. Stand up. Or Could be the school bus. Alright, and then we're just going to position this. And I'm going to hand sew it on. Has anybody found any useful hand, like, sewing, like, thimbles, I guess? I hate using a thimble. But, like, when I need to push my needle through, like, a really difficult fabric or, like, a bunch of layers, and I get holes, like, in my finger where I push it through. And then if I hand sew a whole lot, then, of course, that makes my finger sore right there where I push it through. So, I don't know if anyone's had success. Like, if I use a thimble on my hand, I would just use a different finger. Like, if I put a thimble on the finger that I would push it through, I use a different finger. And I probably could train myself. Sometimes I just put a Band-Aid on my finger, and that helps. I could maybe get one of those fake silicone finger things. But I would just be afraid. Like, it'd have to be pretty thick, but not too thick where it's going to make me not want to use that finger. Because especially in the winter time, it's really hard because I'm really tough on my hands and then they crack really bad. Ooh, they make thimbles that go on kind of like a ring. Oh. I'll have to look into that. That sounds fun. Because, yeah, it's so funny. If I put a Band-Aid on, it's fine. I guess because it's not awkward and it shapes to my finger. But if I put one of those leather things on, I'll show you. It's, like, really helpful, but I just can't. Sorry, that was probably loud. My brain just doesn't use it. Oh, maybe I'll show it to you. Maybe I won't, because it's not in here. I don't know what I did with it. I've done lost it. Anyways, never mind. But it's just like, it's got elastic on one side and then like leather on the other. But it's like pretty wide. And it's just awkward to use. I need to order more labels. That's one of the things I'm bad at is trying to order labels on time. Because it probably takes 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't order labels until I have like one left. And then there's several items that go out without my label on them. Which is not a big deal. I do like putting them in like appas for sure. So sometimes I'll prioritize if I know that I have a lot going out. And I mean, there's some items that I don't even put labels in, like my Animal Crossing items when I used to make those. They don't have labels in them. Except for my squeakoids. Sometimes I put labels in my squeakoids. Alright, that is sewn on and attached good. Now we have one more and then we'll be done with Marie. Why? Why do you whine? This one just goes right in here. See, and then this one's gonna look like, if you guys can see, it's like a bow. It's like a balloon animal bow. Are you huffing and puffing? We're trying to get a garden going. My mom gave me some strawberry plants, and they already kind of had strawberries on it, so I don't know. You know, I don't want to say that we did good because they kind of already had plants on them. But we bought some blueberry bushes from Lowe's. Those also already had like some blueberries growing on them. So we'll see if they continue to grow items. And then she gave us some blackberry plants, like just like vines basically. And I thought that we killed them because Daisy pulled one out of the ground and they looked really dead, but they have green leaves on them, so maybe they will survive. But I did hit one with the weed eater, so that one might not survive. Then we got some tomato plants, some cucumbers, and then planted some peppers. And then I want to plant, I don't know if it'll work, but those little scallion onion things. I like to cut the ends off of them when we get them in like HelloFresh meals, and then you can put them in water and they'll grow more roots and like grow more. And then I want to try to plant those in the garden. So we can get some more scallions, like green onions. But our neighbor guy, I guess he might be retired. I don't think he has a lot to do. But he likes to come over and be condescending, I guess. I don't know. He kind of seems like he tries to be nice, and then he says something that could be taken like, are you trying to offend me? Like, passive aggressive. And I know he also talks about our other neighbors too. So I'm like, well, what are you talking to the other neighbors about us about, you know? Because he said something to Joey about our yard. Like, oh, it looks a whole lot better mowed, doesn't it? Like, we didn't mow our yard fast enough for him. Like, dude, we have jobs. Joey works 4 10s. And it's been rainy for the past week here. So if you want to come mow it, you come right ahead. Mow it for us. And then he apologized about his dog, saying like, I hope my chihuahua doesn't bother you guys barking. Like, I know that would drive me crazy if, you know, a dog was just constantly barking at me. Like, that's what dogs do. Like, and Joey and I were both like, no. Like, listen, we understand we got 3 big dogs. They bark at whatever. But I'm pretty sure this is the same neighbor that a couple weeks ago, he was walking between our other neighbor, like on the other side of us, and our fence. And both sides of the dogs were barking. Like, our neighbor's dogs and our dogs barking. And I'm pretty sure he yelled, like, shut up. Because he was trying to talk to me. Because he was walking through our, like, technically that's not our property, but on the other side of our fence, and that's our neighbor's property. And I, like, looked out and kind of gave him a weird look, like, what? And he was trying to deliver someone's mail that got delivered to his address instead. And I was like, no, that's not us. And then I didn't hear him the first time, so I was like, what? And he was like, shut up. We're just gonna say, hopefully that wasn't to our dogs, and it could be to the neighbor's dogs, maybe. Because if it was to our dogs, and I was pretty positive that that's what he said, we would be yelling back. Because, like, I understand you want to yell at your own dogs, that's fine. I understand other people's dogs can be annoying. But it's kind of like with children. If the parent is there, there's no need for you to discipline their child. So there's no need for you to discipline my dog, especially when we're on our own property. Like, I understand if it's the other way around. Like, if my dog is attacking you, my dog's on your property, my child's hitting your kid or hitting you, okay. You can, that makes sense. You can say something. But, like my dogs right now. They are crazy. All right, I almost forgot to sew on the hat yet again. I was about to be like, we're done. We aren't done just yet. Let me pull up a picture to make sure I put it in the right spot. But I believe it just goes right here above her little bang area. So cute. All right, and then I'm just gonna try to pin it down a little bit to help it stay in place. I try to use pins as least often as I can when I'm pinning things like this, because in some like oppas and like fluffier fabric, I can lose pins. So I want to do that. I want to make the options of that as slim as possible. Your child bit my dog. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? I've told Joey multiple times that, like, these dogs are our babies. And we will fight. We will fight, end of sentence, for these puppies. Alright, I'm gonna stand up for this. Just because it's a little easier so I don't have to move the mannequin head. But this is the same neighbor that was like upset that someone drove through another neighbor's yard. And when he asked me, like, oh, do you know who drove through her yard? I was like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it was an ambulance. Like, they had to come out here and they couldn't find the address. And he's like, an ambulance? Those tire tracks look too close together to be an ambulance. I'm just like, okay, man. You asked me, I gave you the answer, and take it or leave it. It kind of felt like he's like, oh, well, I can't be upset about an ambulance. Okay, like, how about you don't be upset at all? It wasn't your yard. I'm gonna tell you right now, I watched an ambulance turn around in that yard. So, take it or leave it. I mean, honestly, from the sounds of it, it sounds like he should be living in one of those places that has the housing residence thing, where you have to, like, live up to a standard to be able to live there, or you get, like, fined. I do not want to live in one of those. And maybe he did before. I don't know. He did say he moved here. But he gets mad at the other neighbors that have, like, old furniture sitting out. And Joey and I thought, well, maybe they were, like, repurposing it, or, like, they're cleaning out their house because it's been out there for a while. And he's like, nope, it's been sitting in the rain. It's all nasty. I'm like, dude. And they're not even, like, next door neighbors. It's not like, oh, maybe that's going to attract people to come steal. Like, our neighborhood is nice. And it's not like they're leaving garbage and attracting animals. Like, it's like a dresser. And maybe a deep freeze that potentially could work. I don't know. So I would just love to know what he says to the other neighbors about us. Like, oh, those youngins never mow their yard on time. Oh, that was the other thing is, there's like chickens that walk around here. And, I mean, I'm okay with this situation because they were really close to our blueberries, and I'm like, we're gonna have to put up something if they come and eat our like blueberries and our plants. But he was like, oh yeah, I think somebody turned them in, or I heard somebody turned them in for, you know, letting their chickens roam, like they were getting on people's property and stuff. And I'm like, okay, how would you know that though? How would you know that somebody else turned them in? Unless it was you. I mean, I could. I mean, he comes and talks to us like every other week, so it's possible he talks to other people in the neighborhood, but I haven't seen him. Unless it was like one of the other neighbors that's closer to him than to us, but I haven't seen, like, we're closer to the chicken people. Who knows? But he has already told us that he's turned in people's dogs and other animals because they were in his yard or got loose or pooping in his yard and they weren't picking it up. And I don't know. We're just going to try to stay on the best terms as possible. Because he has a building that is technically on our property. But we haven't said anything about it. And he knows it's on our property. So if you really want to say anything or you really want to start stuff, okay, how about you pay for the part of your building that's on our property? All right, enough ranting about my neighbor. It is done. And I'm not going to package it up yet because I do want to record it in what I made in May. But Maria's done. Yeah. Okay, so we have a little bit of time. Do I want to? Okay, so here's the screams. I could do this. This won't take very long. And I do have white thread in, so maybe I at least sew on these faces. I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought. Okay, we'll pin these on. And I just kind of eyeball these. I do a lot of eyeballing. I don't know about you guys. Just put it over here. I should start doing, like, make myself a list and kind of keep to it where I have to make like a new in the hoop pattern like once a month. I used to do like make a new pattern every month, and usually it would come through custom orders. So people would custom order me to make a hat, and that was really cool to look back on. I posted it on my Instagram stories, and I had an Instagram highlight reel. Is that what it's called? Highlight. So like for 2020, you could just tap through it and be like March, April, May. And maybe I could do that with the video that I'm making, like one new, or what I make in a day, and I could do that in the video that's for the month, and like, here's the new pattern I made for today, or for month. I might have to eat something, a snack. The energy drink is getting to my head. My body is slowing, but my mind is still going crazy. All right. And I just do a stitch around the whole head, or well, the whole face. And then I do black thread for the rest of it. You could definitely make this an in the hoop pattern. You would just have to make one at a time. And I guess you wouldn't have the flat bottom that I have. Like, I have a circle at the bottom. But you could definitely do it. And I just sew it on like that. And then this gets sandwiched together, but I put like a little triangle piece so that it like folds back like this little hood. Everything's fine. OMG Ghostface, yes! Yeah, you know, I forgot we were just talking about Scream and Matthew Lillard. Maybe if I meet him, I could give him one of these little plushies. It's just with a baby plushie. Oh, wrong piece. Yes. Yeah, I think definitely after this, I'm going to work on a possum because I need something more difficult to focus my brain towards. He's a gambling man. Oh, you gotta put the space. I was like, is it gamble? But you have to do space 500. Not sure how I want to do the possum though. Oh, there you go. 25. Okay, you lost. I was like, wait. I read it wrong. I thought it said you won. I want to join. Even though I always die. We know that chatbot favors Joey over me. So if you guys want to join the heist, you can put exclamation point heist and then put a space and how much you want to bet. And you guys get points for chatting. Oh, we got the Hatch Hunters account too? Whoa. Big baller. Maybe I won't die. If there's 3 of us. Yeah, see, I'm doing 5 ghost face. Or actually, I was going to do 5. But because I cut with my fabric doubled over, it usually cuts an even number. So I'm actually doing 6. But normally, I would do 5. Or like 10 would be a good number, but I didn't want to make that many just yet. And I'm not going to finish these. These will be things that I do at the shop or while I'm waiting on games. All right, I saw the chat. I survived. Hatch Hunters died. Can you do a top thing, love? And exclamation point. I think it's top to see what the ranking is. See what the points are looking like. I do have a thing where if you get to, I think it's 10,000 points, I send you a free sticker. Back at work for sure. Thanks, MVP. Appreciate you. Hatch Hunters, then Joey, then So Queen, then Semi, and then Tia, Once Upon a Spark, Origin, and Frogs, Michelle, and then Krabs. Captain Krabs. Nice. I was curious because I know Frogs chats a lot. So I was curious how, like, the people that don't do the heist and stuff but have just chat and get points. I was curious. Okay, this is the last face. All right, let's wake myself up. Let's make a possum. Now, the question is, what kind of possum do I want to make? Do I want to make like flat body laying down? Do I want to kind of make it like stand up? Do I want to make like a long boy? Lots of options. Let me get some scrap paper. I don't have a lot of scrap paper. I need to save some. I need to bring some home from the shop. Let me see if I can find a little nut. I'm just gonna steal some of Joey's Oreos. Actually, I changed my mind. I'm gonna take some crackers. And just get some peanut butter. Anybody else's animals come running when you get something out of the cabinet? Like, I could be in the kitchen forever, and then as soon as they hear me like get the peanut butter, like they know what it sounds like, and they've swarmed me now. When Obi was little, I used to make protein drinks like with peanut butter and banana, and I would like tap on the side with the spoon to like tap it into the drink, and he would know that sound. Look how little bitty these are. And Daisy would know, or Daisy knows, if I'm walking to like the fridge with a glass, she knows I'm getting water. And when I'm getting water, I get ice. She knows. Okay. Let me look up some possums. Because I'm not sure how the like snout goes. Also, do you guys say possum or opossum? My cats know when I open the cabinet, I keep their treats in. Specifically that one. No other cabinet. Right? Yeah, because like this, and I mean, I get the coffee out of the same cabinet that our peanut butter is in, but it's like they know the sound of when the jar of peanut butter hits the counter. Pavlov's dog, but when peanut butter and ice cream. Ice. Yeah. And also when Joey and I, they might do it right now when I say it, but when Joey and I hang up the phone, we say a specific thing, and it's like they know that someone's here, and usually it means like him or I are here. So if I say, okay, love you, bye. They all left. Obi's still here. But they think that that means somebody's coming through the door. And I just think that that's so funny. Like, it is proven. Like, have you seen where, like, the people shut off their Xbox or, like, the Switch? And they know that that means, like, it's bedtime or, like, it's time to go potty. It's so funny how their minds can be trained. Like, if you do repetitive stuff. There was a possum Webkins. I didn't know that. I don't know if I have any safety eyes. But that would be the perfect time to use them for these little beady eyes. My cats know when they get treats after dinner, so any washing of dishes gets their attention. That's so cute. They also know, at least Daisy, the certain timing when we're making coffee, when the whipped cream comes out of the fridge. She knows. Like, we can go and get the, like, creamer out of the fridge. She won't move, but as soon as you go to the fridge, like, the second time, she knows you're getting the whipped cream. She just, like, stares you down. I would like to do this whole plush in Minky. But they, at Joann's, they don't have, like, a good variety of Minky. They do have, like, a white, I think. But they don't have a pink. I think I kind of want to go for, like, a pillow pet type situation. But not like boxy, kind of just like it's laying on its belly. But I think I want to go like overly long. Like, I want to have a long boy. To kind of make it more awkward and cute. That's not very long. I'm running out of paper. And then I would, to get this the same on both sides, I'll fold it in half, but this is just my brain. This is a scrap from when I did my keychain stuff. I tried to print it on cardstock and it didn't print right. And if I was good, if I was smart, I guess I should say, I would use fleece so that I don't waste my Minky. But I don't wanna. Don't be like me though. Wrong boy incoming. Part of its leg will probably get cut off. Cut off. I'm gonna make the belly wider just because I'm not sure how I cut this. Yeah, look how skinny it is. That could be funny. It could be long, skinny possum. Oh, possum. Looks like a bone. I'm terrible though at designing things that I don't have something to like look off of. Like just trying to pull things out of my head, I'm awful at it. But if you're like, turn this character into a plush. But I can't do like a cute thing. It has to look exactly like it. But like, what if you just hold this skinny guy like this and just like... Oh, possum! Or just possum, I guess, I don't know how you were feeling. And then I think I just want to do his head from a side angle. We'll see how his little snout looks. He won't have a neck though if I do that. Unless I do flat, which I think is what I was going to do. Flat and then half and half to give it some height. Head. And then give him like a curly cute tail that comes back up on his back. Okay, let me finish eating my peanut butter crackers. And then I need to go wash my hands before I touch the fabric. These Ritz crackers are different sizes than this. Oh, it does say 3 bite size. Look at the different sizes. Cracker? I wish they were all this bigger size. But I feel like I'm making a mess. Okay. let's make a possum. Make sure I have the minky the right way. And then I'm gonna put this over here so make sure my mic is still working. And then let me check, do I have I thought maybe I still had some off-white. I have this, that's the dot minky. And then I do have this white that I use for Momo. I don't love it, but... Or, oh wait, this isn't, whoops. This isn't Momo. This I used for a penguin. And I could use this too. I just don't have for the pink tail, or if I do like pink feet, it wouldn't have, it wouldn't be like minky or whatever. Which maybe I just do pink tail, and you know how their tails have that like weird feeling? It's like a no fur. And I do have some really big safety eyes. Those are for my foo-foos. And then I do have some smaller ones. So, we can try those. And then I have some blue ones. If we want to give the possum blue eyes. Do we know what color a possum's eyes are usually? Alright, we're gonna try this little skinny boy pattern. Just because I think it has the potential to be cute. But could it also look ugly? Ew. But sometimes you'll be making ugly things cute. Could look like a malnourished possum. You decide. Okay, and then I cut that down the middle. To give it some height. I should have made that a little bigger. We'll see. And then we make its head. I'm almost done, and then I'll let you guys see what I cut out. But I don't want to like move the camera because I don't have it set up. I mean, it's on the wall, but I don't have the file set up on the Streamlabs. But I won't be long. Okay, let's just try this and we can tweak it later. So I have this fuzzy fabric that I used for a penguin. It's actually from League of Legends. If you guys ever seen the penguin on TFT, can't remember what it has, like a special name. I don't know if it's Sword Fighter or something like that. Fuzzy wuzzy. Okay, and then I'm gonna try one more thing. I could cut a piece out of gray, like a little diamond piece, to go down its head. To kind of give it that gray streak on the head. We're just doing crazy things. Crazy, crazy things. Okay. Let's see what we're working with. Excuse me, bud. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay, so I cut out the little skinny body. And then I cut out 2 matching sides for the legs. So that'll so that way. These probably need to be a little bit bigger if I want it to be a little taller. Because it's only going to go like up here. And then I cut out this little fuzzy material for its head. And then its head will go here. And then I did make a little gray piece to try to go down the back of its head. But I do feel like this should maybe be wider. I feel like that might be a little goofy. Let me sew this real quick and see. And I want it to come here. Because I don't want it to go all the way to his nose. This is where I should use those clips we were talking about. Instead of pins. These are my paper scissors. I think that's gonna look weird. Oh, I also did it upside down. Dang it. The fur is going the opposite way. I used to do this for my pony plushies. I would do something similar to make the little dart in the back of its head. I could probably pull that from somewhere. And I don't want to sew this all the way up. I'll leave a little bit in case I need to add some more fabric. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna look like a possum or is it gonna look like a weird dolphin? It's giving dinosaur. It kind of looks like Cyndaquil. So this part in the back is what's bothering me. This does look like Cyndaquil. I don't know if it's the... I mean, it's definitely the shape of the head, but maybe the color... drastic change. Maybe this is to, like... does this need to be more pointed? Because, I mean, possums have more of, like, a mouse head. And this is definitely... I don't know. Alligators is with Totodile. Okay. We'll come back to that. Let's see if we can work with this at all. And I didn't clip my corners or anything because we're just, you know, trying stuff out right now. I think I want to sew the back together first. Let's try that. And then I'm going to leave a little hole open for my little hot dog guy. My little hot dog possum. Just put him in a little hot dog suit. Hello. Okay. My mic wasn't moving. I didn't even leave a hole. I was literally like, don't forget to leave a hole. And nope, I just went right through. Just seam up a little one. We'll call this possum Boney. not sure how this seam is gonna look. Oh my gosh, did you guys see all that dust that came out of my machine? And I do really like the idea of a curly Q tail where it just curls up. Some people say that they think minky is easier to work with than fleece. What do you guys think that have worked with like both materials? Some people say that like fleece moves too much or stretches too much and people don't like to work with it. But of course, like minky, you get like shedding and fuzzies. But sometimes when I'm working with minky and I'm like, it doesn't stretch, so it's hard for me to get this seam just right because you can't like budge it at all. Okie dokie. I missed a few spots where this moved over. Let's see here. But I do think minky just makes things look more expensive and nice, and so I do like it. I've always been just so intimidated by it though, so I've never really worked it into my go-to materials, but I want to try. And also it's just not as easily accessible as fleece. Like I said, Joann's has very limited colors, and I also don't feel like it's a good quality minky. You guys let me know if you use like other minky compared to Joann's minky. Because like I said, sometimes they don't even call it minky. It's like plush. Or like baby blanket material or something. Alright, let's see what our skinny boy looks like. Skinny boy, how you feel? I made a bone, guys. It's a straight up bone. And we'll see. I might tack this at the bottom, like for its legs, to give it a little bit more of a butt, like this. Because right now, I didn't make the side seams taller by much, so it's probably just gonna lay flat like a bone. It feels like a dolphin. I can make dolphins with this gray color. It's just right now we're here to make possums. And what? It's got pink nose. I have black plastic noses, like safety noses. But I don't have pink. I mean, I like the idea of making it bone shaped and calling it bony. Like a bony possum. Look how long he is. And then what if we don't stuff him? Like, what if we do the beads like I was saying? Call him bony. So yeah, I think something about this needs to curve more or maybe flatten at the end. Okay, let me just pin this on. Get an idea. And be honest, I feel like I got a toy from the fair like this once. Look at his little butt. I do think I maybe want to give him more of a neck. He don't got a neck right now. He looked like a wiener dog. Wow, look, this is a perfect dachshund pattern. Anybody need a dachshund pattern? He looks even funnier on camera. Okay, let's see. A tail. You know, when it comes to possums, the stupider the better, right? Right? Try to cut this a little straighter. I thought about making it curl, but I don't know if that's gonna look weird. I could put pipe cleaner in it. And then people can decide if they want it to curl. And I mean, if it had enough pipe cleaner, it could hang upside down with its tail. Because that's what we know possums do best, right? Okay, I got 30 more minutes before I'm gonna hop off here. Or a little less than 30 minutes, like 20 minutes. Trying to think if I have any pipe cleaners. I know I have some at my mom's house. Here's its tail. And then I can put a pipe cleaner in it and it can like curl back like this. Okay. If you add the pink, it looks a little more like a possum. Let's see. If I had pipe cleaners, maybe in the side of this. Velcro. Fuzzy sticks, as they are called. I got work to do, but just wanted to stop by and say hi and hope you had a good stream. The possum looks so cute so far. Thank you. We're going a crazy way. Thanks, Bun. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to double over this pipe cleaner just to give it a little bit more structure. And this is a cheap way if you guys want your like stuff to be posable. It's definitely not as good as if you had like strong posable stuff. But this does the job. Look at the long boy possum. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I kind of want to make it even longer. Like, I don't want someone to think that I accidentally made this too long. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. I want them to know that I really wanted a long boy possum. And then let me take this pen out. Because I do also like that it lays like this, and I do like it's shaped like a bone. And we call him Boney. And we just make Boney really long. And then the head is growing on me. What do you guys think? How do you feel? Can you guys see? I think what needs to happen, right, is it needs to stay wide. It doesn't need to go back down. You guys think so? Like this needs to kind of line up with the back of its neck. Think if I do that, I will like it better. He is just the cutest. Now let me tweak the head and then put some safety eyes in, because even I would finish this off. Let me see. So they also have like pink on their like feetsies. But I think that maybe is something that I would do before. So this little bony maybe not have. Might not have pink booties. Thank you, Hibiscus! Okay, so yeah, let me tweak the head, because other than that, I feel like I would be okay. Continuing forward. Let's see, I know I didn't make a pattern for the back of the head. I just kind of winged it. Excuse me. And then I think it just goes into a flat. So I'm doing like this shape. I don't know if you can see. It's like kind of curved diamond at the top. And then just flattens out at the bottom. And then let me fold this in half because I know I didn't draw that straight. Maybe next Tuesday I'll do an owl bear. Because I do feel like I do better if I'm working on new designs while I'm live. It helps me not get distracted. And then it's always fun to have second opinions. Okay, I want the fur to go back, right? Yeah, so I want the fur to go this way. That's something that I'm still not used to yet, because I work with fleece, is the direction of the, I guess it would be pill. Is that what you would consider that? Direction of the pill is that Minky is furry, and so you gotta make sure your fur is going the same way. Alright, let me just do a quick seam rip, which is going to be a pain. Honestly, I should just cut a new head piece. I think I will. Maybe we use that piece in the future for something else. But it's going to take a lot less time if I just come over here and cut a new piece. And the stretch goes this way. The weird thing about this fur is it feels like it stretches all directions. I do like working with fur pretty well though. Like Appa fur, and this fur is okay, but my Momo too, is that it hides your seams really well. And so if you do, you have to like go back and do some hand stitching. It doesn't really show up as long as you are using the right color thread. I think the other thing I would do is probably make this gray piece a little longer. I think it'll work for now, but I might on my next one. Extend it a little bit. I'm gonna watch the time. Okay, it's 47. We got like less than 15 minutes. I at least want to get some safety eyes put on here. If I don't get this hand sewn, that's okay, but I want to get your guys' opinion on the final product, or close to the final product. Still don't know if I'm loving the head shape, the nose particularly. I feel like I did this so easily last time. Now I'm panicking. The dogs must be out. They didn't even bark at that truck. Okay, so yeah, this is where I've extended a little longer right here so that it would go a little bit further down. I was sitting here trying to remember how, like, why this head feels like kind of familiar with the diamond shape and everything. And it's because I use it for my turtle ducks. Okay, yeah, I think I like the way that that sits a little better. Which I do want to make some more turtle ducks. Maybe that's the other thing, is it needs to be a little bit more wider at the head. Oh, shoot. I should have put my safety eyes in. That's okay. Oh, I need to clip that seam right there. Oh, ears, you know? I bet you when I add ears, this is going to be screaming possum. Okay, we have a couple of different options. We have little bitty. Or we have ginormous. and no in between. And honestly, both of them look pretty good. I could do a little of each. Did you guys have a preference? I can show you one more time. So here's the ginormous ones. There's the beady eye. And then itty bitty. They could be smaller, but like when you look straight on, it definitely looks like a possum. Okay. Tell me what you guys think, if you have a preference. While I try to hibiscus is big, throw together some ears. Do we feel like inside of ears should be pink? That's what I'm thinking. It feels like they should be. Let's see. Or some of them have all black. Oh, some of them have little black feet. I'm looking at like some. Okay, Michelle says big. Some of the other people that do plushies that have pink feet, some of them have black feet. Ears. Okay. I have some pink right here, so let's just do pink. And then are they pink with black on the outside? Those are all black, those are all black. Those are pink and they look like gray. Those are black. Okay, hold on. Let me look at an actual possum. Okay, all these just like have solid black ears. Okay, just kidding. Solid black ears it is. Give me black. Okay, let's just see. Let's attach the big eyes. Have you guys seen those, the tools that you use for safety eyes? Those look so cool. Maybe one day I'll purchase one, but I don't do enough with safety eyes at the moment to be able to do it. And do you guys have a way that you make sure that you get your safety eyes even? I don't have anything specific yet. Kind of just eyeball it. And then I don't know about you guys, but I make a little hole for it to come through a little bit. I know with crocheted items, you can like kind of put it through the rings for the, yeah, I know crochet. Stitches, lines. There's his big beady eyes. Okay, stuff him back up. Wait, let me, can I? Okay, we got the eyes on, and I'm just gonna pin these ears so you guys can see what it looks like. mic died. But look at his ears. And then let me just attach him back real quick. Okay. He's kind of got a big head for his little body, but I don't care. I got some things to tweak for it, but what do we think? Does it remind you of the dog plushies that we used to have as kids with the big old heads and the little bitty bunnies? Okay, I bet you no one's made a plush like this yet, right? And then I want to give him like a little pink nose, or definitely do something for the nose. What do you guys think? Do you hate it? Is it a catastrophe? Ridley, get down. We don't have much time. What if he is just like this? All right. Looks like that one. I was getting ready to end the stream so you could call. Looks like that one possum from the one cartoon with the eye patch. What? You'll have to tell me. Which one are you talking about? Alright, but here's General Possum Boney, because he's shaped like a bone, and he's going to be really skinny and long. But also, I'm like really loving if he was like this shape. Like he's assuming a poop position. What if we just attach his feet and his arms like this, and he just is like this? Okay, things are happening. Alright guys, that's all I got for now. I'm going to call Joey so I can give him my Wendy's order. But thank you guys so much for watching. I will be at Smoky Mountain Anime this weekend, Friday and Saturday, and that's in Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. Boo from Mario, that's the Kirby of the month, is Kerbu. If you're interested, you have till the end of May. What else do I know? I will have the Danville Comic-Con vlog will go up Friday. Unless you're a member for 99 cents, you can join as a member. It's not subscribing, but you can join as a member and watch it right now. It is live. Otherwise, it'll be free for everyone else on Friday. But thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you coming and hanging out and chatting with me. And don't forget, you can still chat in the Discord. I'm usually really good about chatting back, and show off your stuff. And let me know if you guys like Boney, and if you like that name, or if you think he's stupid. Alright, love you guys. Bye-bye. Thank you.